You know what's fun? Starting a stream day, waking up, and realizing that your Wi Fi is down, and spending an hour panicking, trying to figure out how to fix it, only to realize that it had just unplugged itself. Anyways, hello everybody. How are you all doing today? I had a bit of an interesting morning, in case you could not tell. We are back for our weekly rail order session, as per usual. Let's play a game, take a shot. Everyone said every time someone says, "Have you heard about 3001's restoration?" Yeah, we're gonna take a shot of I actually don't have any good drinks for that though, Celestial. That's the only problem. I have water. Does water count? Is water effective? Hello, Erie Rail fan. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So we just had an interchange serviced. And I have not sorted any of this, which is going to be quite fun. I'm not sure what job I want to do today, though. I guess we'll do the brewery to start. What shot are we taking? Yeah, hold on. Let me get my, I'll get children's Advil. That's what I'll take a shot of. Hello, Icer. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Honestly, though, I know that, like, 3001 being restored is the big news, but I haven't heard much about it other than it's being restored, and that's literally it. That's the only news I've heard on the subject. Is there anything more I should know? Like, it's a Mohawk, it's a New York Central locomotive. It's at some museum. I feel like I should know something more here. It's being restored by the people who own a 765. See, there, that's useful information. That's cool, though, actually. That'd be kind of fun to see the two of those running side by side. Doubleheader with a 482 and a 284. Let's go. Oh yeah, since our last stream, I made sure to change my hotkey for the AFK symbol, so it is no longer the same button to open chat in game. It's now something completely different, so that's convenient. Streamline a climax and get it up to 115 miles an hour at 300 psi. At that rate, you'd just be making, you know, that one, what is it? The RDC that they put jet engines on the top. Just do that with a climax. That totally won't break everything and everyone known to man. It's also the first time a 482 will run in North America in a long time. Okay, that's exciting. Also kind of surprising. Not completely surprising, just kind of surprising. Got to see the big boy in Houston this past weekend. Lucky. They were gonna bring it out here to Portland, but then they had a change of heart or something, I guess. I don't know what happened. Or maybe that was just a rumor that never actually happened. Don't. Dubosque with an SLS solid rocket booster to the top. Now we gotta get one of those climaxes that Baldwin made. That's what we gotta do. Actually, are there any Baldwin climaxes preserved? Do those things still exist? I'm actually more hyped than an actual former NYC engine. Sorry, not than, my bad. Is finally getting the restoration it deserves, given how legendary the Mohawks were. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised my father hasn't mentioned it to me. I feel like, because he loves the New York Central. It's one of his big three railroads. That and the Pennsylvania and the Chesapeake and Ohio, you know? So I'm kind of surprised he hasn't said anything about it yet. Biggest food debate: waffles, pancakes, and French toast. You know what's really funny? I've had that argument bring a friendship massively down before. It was a Splatoon Splatfest. And people get surprisingly heated over opinions from that game. It's really funny. Pizza. Aw, come on. You got pizza? Man. I'm jealous. I know I had pizza earlier today. Shut up. I can still be jealous and want more pizza. Union Pacific said 44 would be too heavy for some of the curves. Yeah, I could see that being a problem. Prefer the chassis over the C&O. I prefer the C&O over the chassis, personally. Though chassis does have a classy paint job. I don't know, the C&O's paint job is just top-notch, you know? I'll save you a slice if you can get over here. Yeah, hold on, let me just drive over to Baker while we're streaming. Just had a McDonald's menu, gotta go showering now. You know, did I mention I had McDonald's for the first time in 12 years during the vacation? Is that something I brought up? I feel like it's something I should have, but I also don't remember. I know I've talked about it to some people, but I don't remember if that some people includes you all. Don't. Oh, God. 2 donks. That's too long without McDonald's. As somebody who has Burgerville around here, nah. Burgerville's just so much better. And you know what I had at McDonald's? All I got was soft serve. All I got was ice cream. It was worth it. I was very hungry. And I wanted a sweet treat. Alright, our journey for the day begins, boys. Passenger train is on its way. And we'll be heading all the way to the end of the line. If I had a great fast food chain near me, I'd hit it up, but I'm in the woods, alright? Just moved to Oregon, baby! Saw the community post you made with the pic of the Heartless and Coin River Combine, and it is the polar opposite to my Heartless and Coin River stuff in Deerale Valley, and I don't know how to think. I mean, hey, that Combine's been around for a year. It is really funny comparing the two, where you've got the bright and colorful stuff, and meanwhile I'm out here with this dark and ghouly decorations. And it's gonna be even better tomorrow when you actually see the first car in the series, the new Halloween stuff, because it absolutely follows the old trend that I did. Come to Oregon, everything is just in the woods anyways, lol. You know, except for Portland. Though, funnily enough, the same could be said about where Mudge lives. Word for word, actually. East Broad Top is closer to me than Rio Grande, but Rio Grande is just too funny to laugh at. Honestly, I don't know which of the two I'm more biased towards. Rio Grande is fun just because, you know, massive flippin' 3-foot gauge, huge chunkin' locomotives, huge chunkin' trains. But then the East Broad Top is always a coal hauler, and I am a sucker for coal hauling. And I mean, come on, the fact that they actually did standard gauge interchange. They ran standard gauge cars on the narrow gauge. It's so stupid. I love it. Ah, yes, the best way to shuffle your narrow gauge stock around, drag it with your main line freight. You know, what they did on the East Broad Top Mudge was they just took a standard gauge car, lifted it up, rolled out the old trucks, rolled in new ones, put the car back down, and screwed on the trucks. That was it. And they did this routinely. They did this a lot, apparently. Except it was a lot cleaner than I've kind of described it. The way that they managed to do it was a lot more impressive and a lot smoother. Honestly, I just didn't know there was already H and CR stuff you made, so I just thought the rundown stuff would be too obvious, so I went more mythological and went crazy ornate. Honestly, though, rundown might only be part of the Heartless and Coin River in model form. You'll just have to wait and see what's in store for the upcoming series. Look at me, I'm actually... I'm actually trying to whistle for crossings for once. Let's go. Responsibility! Why does the engine look like it's glowing red? This isn't number 41. We're not running the Silver Ghost. Hey, look, it's spooky month. We gotta have something eerie, right? I'm playing the experimental branch of the Railroader, and I'm liking it more and more, but I can't use mods. Yeah. Personally, I'm waiting for it to become not so experimental, so that, like, mods can be properly updated and everything works out fine. Especially because, you know, a lot of this playthrough is modded, right? Especially, and, like, I've contributed mods to this, you know, the interchange... The tracks across the river here, that's Mudge's stuff. The climb to Cowie, that's mine. So, right now we're kind of just waiting for it to get upgraded, for it to be finalized and finished and perfected. The quality of life stuff I've seen out of it, though, it looks so good. I cannot wait to actually make it so the AI can do switching for it. You know, we could have a playthrough. We could have a playthrough where we try and do literally an entire day's worth of work with like only 3 people and just running trains via AI. That'd be a very silly save. Buildings in my Railroader? Yeah. We got a couple mods that have buildings to Dillsborough, to Silva, and I think to Whittier is the other one. We don't have any in Wilmot, we don't have any in Ela, unfortunately. But yeah, it makes the place feel a lot more populated, and it makes it feel like, you know, you're actually driving a railroad. Standard gauge cars of a narrow gauge tracks? Yeah, we did that in Germany. Wait, really? Huh. Especially in the southern part of Germany on smaller roads. Interesting. Fascinating. It's actually kind of neat. I do know that in Spain, they have multi-gauge locomotive, like multi-gauge high-speed trains. Like, they've got the ones that will actually, in a station, stop, lower their wheels onto the new gauge, and just drive on, like, broad gauge for a bit. Ran 5,000 tons of red marble on my experimental save. 2 H6s, a Santa Fe, a C55, and 2 GP9s to crawl over the grade. Beauty. Actually, wait. How many Virginian AEs would that take? Wouldn't it take like 4 Virginian AEs to climb that hill? I'm using it because for some reason my AI engineer is broken as all get out and normal, and so the waypoints are super easy and helpful. Interesting. How are they broken on your normal saves? Yeah, we pushed the standard gauge cars on the narrow gauge. Oh, that's clever, actually, on the narrow gauge skeletons and secured them with chains and wheel clamps. That's actually quite creative. I like that. That would be a fun thing to model. I say this as somebody who has too many projects and should not pick up more right now. I am in debt. I do not need more trains. I want more trains. I do not need more trains. According to my chart, that would be around a 3A. Wait, really? 3? I thought, okay, neato. A's were stupid strong. Dude, nearly 200,000 pounds in simple is just absolutely insane to me. So that makes me wonder, actually, hold on. How strong were the triplexes? I know they could only run at like 15 miles an hour, but how strong were those behemoths? Somebody else Google it so I don't have to pull out my phone. Oh, I should have checked the oil on my cars before we started running this train. That might be a problem. The Virginian 28884 had around... Wait, really? Only around 160,000 pounds of tractive effort? That's actually kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. I thought they'd be stronger. Where we got? Okay, I need to check. I'm so paranoid now. I need to check how much oil we have on these cars. 79%, 62, 32, 32%, 47, 46, 67, 52, 60. Hey! Wait a minute. Nice. 32. Uh-oh. 67. Okay. 23. 48, 77, 39. Sundown. Wait, no. 98. Okay. I remember I got the cabooses before we started streaming. As soon as I order it to run, it will sit there and whistle and ring its bell like there's no tomorrow, and it won't move no matter what. I have to Wait, really? Wait, did you make sure you actually set the speed for it? Like, I know that's one of those, like, did you power on your computer question, but... Yep, okay, that's strange. That is it. Okay, that's a killer picture. That one's going on a stream thumbnail sometime soon. I like that. I report that in bugs in the railroad Discord. That's new to me. Yeah, I do the same. That's a real strange one. Completely random fun fact, somebody scratch-built a live Steam G-scale Southern Pacific style quadruplex with 2 cabs. That's sick, honestly. I love scratch-built locomotives, which makes me all the more frustrated because I really want to build one myself. Like, I wanna take an HO engine, get some new steam domes or something, and convert it to ON30, but money. I have. They couldn't figure it out and said to play without mods for a bit to see if that fixes it. That was in July and I'm still dealing with it. That's frustrating. Look up the IH and B080s. They were the heaviest and biggest built switchers for that classification of switchers. We'll open Google later in the stream. Union Railroad 012-2s. Those things are so funny to me. Weren't they only 012-2s rather than... or 010-2s, sorry, not 012-2s. What am I doing? Weren't they 012-2s simply because the pilot truck would have made their wheelbase too long to fit on the turntables for the Union Railroad? I don't know. I feel like that's the case. We'll have to look that up sometime. When we pull out Google later in the stream. Oh, that reminds me. You know what's really funny? Okay, hold on. Boop. We're going to be parking here for a minute because A, I want to re-oil my train so I don't get a hotbox, and B, we're kind of running low on fuel. Like, not terribly low, but to a point where, you know, brain derailed train of thought in the middle of that sentence. Ignore me. You laugh, but I love it. Oh, dude. Union 010-2s as helpers on red marble. That would be a vibe. That would be a wild and fun experience. 12 driver tank engines do exist. That's the Reuben Wells and 012. Wait, Reuben Wells is an 012 too? I thought it was an or not 012 2, an 012 0. I thought it was an 010 0. I've seen that engine before. Isn't it, like, didn't it become a Pennsylvania engine somehow? Alright, we're gonna overshoot this water column. That's okay. With their boost. Wait, they could outpull a Challenger? Oh, that's awesome. That's great. YUP. It's actually the Union Railroad. It's not the Union Pacific. The Union Railroad is a steel mill. A steel mill, or not, maybe not a steel mill, but like a steel railroad within the, I think it's the Pittsburgh area of Pennsylvania. It's still around to this day. They mostly run lash-ups of like 4 SWs, and they run with cabooses because the route has a bunch of not really actual factual switchbacks, but like places where it's just easier to do a switchback. The fact that they could outpull a Challenger. Goodness gracious, that's hilarious. That's beautiful. Oh, there was an 012O that's cosmetically similar to the Reuben Wells. Apparently, okay, interesting, interesting. So what you're saying is skill issue. Full up on coal. Oh wait, no, we're not full up on coal. Just, coal stopped loading. I see, I see. The British built an 084T with a trailing truck booster. That sounds terrible, and I love it. What did I miss? Oh, Israel finding? Hey, you haven't missed much of anything. We're just doing a highball out to Ela today. I guess you missed us almost getting a hot box because I didn't check for oil on my train. Fortunately, nothing happened, but one of the cars was at like 23% oil, so got pretty low there. Anyways, hello, hello, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Alright, now we're topped off. Now that we have oil, let's roll. Oh, this reminds me, by the way, I just saw the stream title again. For once an achievable loan. So I was kind of struggling to figure out what to name the stream. Because, like, how do you come up with a creative title when you've done them all before, you know? So, we had to repay our loan before the stream started by about $4,000. But you know, on literally every other save we have, this number is like 6 times as much as it is here. Maybe 7, maybe 8. So hey, we might actually have a save where we finally get enough money to repay our loan. One of these days, we will have a loanless save. Time to add more industries to the route to make more money. Oh, hell yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We have a sawmill right here, Mudge. Don't you love running logs? All it needs is somebody who will actually get the job done. I miss the days when I didn't know and didn't recognize all the stupidness my school does. They put vape detectors in the bathroom that hang 3 feet down from the ceiling. Ah, yes. Smoke detection. How tall is it? Yeah, how tall is the ceiling? Wait a minute. If they're hanging 3 feet down, how does that not get in the way of people? Like, is your bathroom 9 feet tall? 10 feet tall? It's about a 10-foot ceiling. Oh my goodness. It's standard. Look, I haven't been to school in like 6 years. And even then I was going to a private school. I wouldn't know. I'm too dumb. I actually like doing the log and pulp jobs. For me, I think I like pulp more than I like log. I don't like the placement of the pulpwood industries, though, because they're all so close to the interchanges. I'm not a huge fan of that. But my one problem with logs is how Connolly just takes you straight to the sawmill, and it's basically it's a mile or two of trackage. I don't know, it's not the most exhilarating to me. It's not the most interesting, especially because it's so easy to do as push-pull. Like, Walker, I love Walker. Walker to Whittier, this is super fun. This is a blast. But unfortunately, we do not have Walker on this save. Though we could. It could be possible that we expand to Bryson at some point. We just need more members to join the streams. It's also not the most scenic route either. Yeah. It's really not. It's a great way to get you started on understanding how captive service industries work. I think it is a great part of the tutorial and of the base game. However, the fact that it is one of the most important captive service industries to the game kinda sucks. Also, the phone pouches finally arrived 2 months after they told everyone about them. Everybody already knows how to unlock them before the school even got them. $15,000 on pouches that are already useless. I'm trying to remember, what was the name? We had pouches like that at my high school. I just I hated them. I didn't use them. I just completely told the teachers, oh yeah, I totally put my phone away, and then just didn't. Yonder. I don't think that's the one we had. Doesn't sound familiar. That's why I have mods for Walker, to make it more enjoyable. It's why on our own save, we just banned people from using Connolly. Because on our other save, we just run Walker constantly. It's a lot of fun. It's a blast. It does remind me, Mudge was, for a while, actually working on making a mod that adds, like, mines to the Connolly branch. That reminds me, I have too many mod ideas. I gave mine back to the school and told them to give me a returned item receipt. They actually took it back. Nice. Given how Railroads Line is doing compared to Railroader and D-Rail Valley, I prefer a good session of Railroader with friends or a new playthrough of D-Rail Valley anyways, especially since their anniversary this year with rather unspectacular. Yeah. Oh, did we miss a car? Was there a car that couldn't fit in the track down here? Dang, there's a lot of stuff going on. I did open up the anniversary update, and I do like the changes that they made. I just don't think it's enough to really get me engaged with the game just yet. Once the new update comes out, like once they go to version 1.0, I'm absolutely going to try it again. You know, I'm going to play again. I'm going to try and do a full playthrough. But right now, I don't know, there's not quite enough incentive, you know? It doesn't help that I've played multiple thousands of hours, and so the charm of the game is kind of gone. Funny thing is, I don't have to put my phone in the pockets thing because I have an IEP and I need my phone for things. Yeah, that seems kind of important. Those pockets, in my opinion, are just stupid. Like, the only place I feel like that they're worth using are, like, in theaters, when there's a big show going on and they want to have it so people are being respectful. But even then, like, people aren't idiots in theaters. I guess there's also the whole thing of like, oh, but we don't want you recording the comedy act. Dude, if they're recording the comedy act, just file a lawsuit for breaking, violating terms of service of the show they're going to, you know? Why are you so worried about that? One of my teachers also tried to belittle me into going on a field trip I didn't want to go on. The trip was up to the woods and build a beaver dam in a creek that has no water in it. Ah, yes, a very effective learning experience that you all need to go on. Fortunately, I never really had any field trips that felt that way to me. Alright, so if the PAX is eastbound, we're gonna have to worry about it soon. It'll be coming around the bend in a moment. Thankfully, I, with some help from my dad, made it very clear that I would rather put my time into more important things and that I didn't have to go. Good. Oh no, you've missed out on the vital experience of learning how to build beaver dams that you're totally going to use when you get trapped and lost in a forest. Actually, what good would learning how to build a beaver dam do? Timberborn propaganda. Learning how the environment is affected by it. Yeah, but like, couldn't you do that either in a smaller scale environment? Like, couldn't you just have a little water chamber that you pull out once a year and you just have kids build dams in this little like flowing river chamber? Could, but probably cheaper and sounds more exciting. True, but also cold. Why build something when a river is freely accessible? Look, you gotta prove that you're spending the public school system money on good important things. Then again, they already have quote unquote good important things through the through the phone pouches. Ah, that last second picture did not come in at the right time. Dang. There was also some hilarious irony that they were doing it as part of a climate change mitigation project that drove everyone there to gas-guzzling diesel buses. Classic school system moment. The game is fun until you make sure all your beavers aren't going to die through the longest drought, and then it's kind of just, now what? Just sitting around. Look, it's like you just sit around and wait. It's like grinding in some video games. And none of the other teachers knew about it. Wait, until the day before. Okay, that just sounds like that staff member has a vendetta against everybody else and is trying to prove a point somehow. A big plus is that Railroader already has the working passenger service. Railroad's Online, well, they have the cars, but they're not carrying anything at the moment. I think my one problem with Railroads Online right now is actually that the track building just takes so long to do. Like, you just planning everything, building it out, figuring out your operations, it's kind of hard to get into that these days, you know? It was fun back when the map wasn't as big. Back when Pine Valley was the main source of intrigue, you know? It was also more fun back when I had more free time and I wasn't trying... I was doing YouTube more as a hobby than as a job. And it was meant to make it easier. See, it definitely is easier. The track laying definitely is easier. It's just that the world is too big now, in my experience. So... Technically, because you can place anything, you can just put it all on a boring line. That definitely is an issue, but that's kind of one of just like, hey, why are you playing this way? That's absolutely flipping stupid, you know? I like my tiny map that I made. Yeah, I like the tiny map too much. That's actually fun. That's actually cool. Because it doesn't take the entirety of Alaska to run across. The update gives you pre-laid maps. Yes, it does, and I'm really happy to see that it gives you actually pre-laid track finally. That was a pleasant surprise. Maybe what I need to do is something like what we did in the past, where I had a save where the track was all pre-laid and the industries all had specific positions and, like, you had to run it in a weird, sort of funky way. But The new UI boils my blood because it's just so annoying to deal with. Honestly, I really like the new UI. That's the best part of the update, in my opinion. I can understand why some people don't like the change, but... that has actually made the experience smoother so far. I've also had some issues with our principal, namely that he has a habit of sneaking up behind students and randomly... that sounds like assault. That sounds like not good. That sounds like something that needs to be recorded and reported. And not necessarily to a school board, but to a board of parents who can become very pissed and agitated about it, so that maybe he can actually get fired, because that sounds extremely problematic. Just for fun, I need to make a model of my own hometown's rails and transport fever. Yeah, hold on. Let me go into my basement and build a 1-to-1 scale replica of Portland, Oregon in N scale. Trust me, I've considered it. It is not worth my time. I would never finish. My dad and I are planning on taking all of the issues I found this year straight to the superintendent, and I, personally, am not going to hold back making my opinions known. Good. Good. Thank God. Okay, actually, that reminds me of something kind of funny I planned on doing was, there is actually a railroad that I think I could model in my basement fully to scale. In fact, there are multiple railroads that I could do. But you know, like, grab a short mile-long railroad that just does switching service, like the Lapeer Industrial Railroad or something. Easy. Easy. Because, like, a mile in N scale is, like, only 33 feet. And, you know, our basement's, like, 24 by 30 feet, I want to say. 24 by 36 feet, maybe. So we got space. I can make that happen. Make the dumbest model railroad project on the channel. Okay, so I have another little story while chat is a bit quiet here. I got actually 2 stories to talk about today. First of all, apparently my phone received a text and I did not get notified for like 2 days. My father found at his train store there were a couple of freight cars that were being sold, a couple of ON30 freight cars, and he wanted to send me it because, you know, ON30 at the shop is a little bit uncommon, and these were some kind of rare freight cars, and so he wanted to show me, hey, look at this. I did not get them until last night. And the only reason I didn't get them, I guess, is because I didn't have phone data on, and he sent me an image. But you want to know how I did get them? It's because Google told me, oh, hey, look at this. We have AI features now. You should go and use them. Please, I don't want this. And it's even funnier because Mudge and I were talking about that. Like, last night, Mudge and I were setting up the stream a little bit, and we had an active conversation about AI features and how annoying they can be. And just all of a sudden I just got hit with a text like, hey, use this, you coward. Like hell I am. My biggest problem right now is my AP Literature class, aka make up random nonsense. Hope it works in class. I got marked down by the teacher because she didn't read the entire sentence. Sounds like you've got some professional teachers on your hands. Clearly, they knew that it was bad. They had that gut instinct. They didn't need to read the whole sentence. What are you talking about? Alright, and... boop. People will return home and enjoy reminiscing on the life they once had. Return home and... Like, really? That's what they did? That's what they marked you down on? Goodness gracious. What a professional. Professionals have standards. These ones are shit, apparently. I like that quote. I'm stealing that. Professionals have standards, and yours are absolutely terrible. I got marked down for ending a paragraph with a quotation to the what? How much do you want to bet the teacher's power hungry? That's why I don't like writing class. I don't know how to spell that word. You did not spell any words incorrectly in that sentence, Irish guy. Everything there is correct. I had some good writing teachers. They were fun. Really got into the works that they were talking about. Were willing to show us campy BS just to give us the experience of seeing really stupid things. We had a class titled Science Fiction and B Movies. That was so much fun. We also had one titled Writing in Literature and Video Games. That was also so much fun. It was a blast being able to talk with the teacher about Portal 2 and Super Paper Mario and like the plot lines, the storylines, the story arcs, and how they fit into the medium of a video game. It was a blast. Kind of missed that class, to be honest. I wish I could be still taking it. Okay, the one part of that class that sucked was reading Ready Player One. That was a terrible book. But aside from that... We were told to throw the 5-paragraph essay out the window. Quality over quantity here. And then people got marked down for the essays not being long enough. Nice. The moment I was able to use a fanfic to get A's in class. Nina, at my school that was encouraged. For how many random dumpster fires my school had, well, not literal dumpster fires, but there were definitely some weird things going on there. It was a very fun place to be. I went to a special ed college. Wait, those exist? Considering how I am, I might need to go to one of those. Like, that actually sounds appealing to me. I don't know, actual college just has not worked for me so far. Off I go. Alright, take care, Nina. Have a fun time breaking your back for the Halloween setup. Please do not actually break your back. What Halloween setup? Nina works apparently at some like ghost house or something. And so last month, I think he was doing the Renaissance Fair. That's why he wasn't showing up on streams much. And this month, he's going to be doing a ghost house setup and like a carnival or something. I don't know all the details, obviously, but... Mario or Sonic debate? Why have one when you could have both? Make the worst fanfiction known to man. Easy. I didn't even throw the switch there. What am I doing? I may be stupid. Alright, bonk. There we go. That's better. Hey, Olak, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So far, apparently, the troubles we have been causing has been, a lot of random school dramas and chaos and idiocies. That's apparently the subject of today. Aside from that, we've just been doing the Ela Brewery run real quick. Talking a little bit about Halloween. Not much, admittedly, but, you know, a little, here and there. Thing that irks me most about AP Lit is that it's a literary analysis class, and if you get marked down, if you don't do your analysis in a certain way, I could understand that if the circumstances was something like, oh, well, you were supposed to use this technique to figure out whether, like, to make your point, you were supposed to investigate in this way and think about this type of subject. I enjoyed your train vlog video. Hey, glad to hear that. That was a fun little video to work on. I don't care for Halloween and never have. For me, I kind of care a little more about Day of the Dead than I do about Halloween. But Halloween is actually like one of the few holidays I actually care for. It's Halloween, Valentine's Day, and Christmas are the three big ones that I actually, like, enjoy. Easter, it's just Easter, you know, nothing special there. 4th of July, the fireworks are loud, and I hate that. It's so frustrating. Thanksgiving, I would like, aside from the fact that one of my parents has kind of ruined that permanently, thanks to some actions that they did. What other holidays are there? St. Patrick's Day? I don't drink. I like Halloween just because it's a sort of silly and goofy day where you get to just embrace this weird aesthetic for a short period of time. 4th of July and New Year's Eve is horrible. Wait, yes, I know, right? Those... why? Why do we need to make it sound like there's a war zone outside? I understand that they're pretty, but, like... why do they have to be so violently explosive and loud? It's so hard to sleep. It's so hard. The cat gets so stressed. I wouldn't be surprised if we got an assignment along the lines of explain how the red curtains foreshadow that the boy is going to run away. Ah, yes, explain this very specific element of the story that you might have missed. Actually, now that I think of it, I actually don't like Christmas. It's a holiday that I grew to hate for a short time, as the same way that I hated Thanksgiving. I like the gift giving about it, but I kind of don't like the rest. I especially despise the emphasis on family. School drama, here's this. My school is so ghetto that it was put into a shutdown because they had to search the whole school for illegal substances that kids should definitely not be having. There goes 3 whole hours. Oof. Ouch. That's no fun. We we in middle school had that issue. Sometimes they had to not shut down the school, but occasionally they had to pull somebody out of a class. Fortunately, things were small enough in scope in our school that they didn't have to do like a massive bust or anything. They just found a couple of students, said, "Hey, stop it," took away all their stuff, told their parents, got them in trouble. But we never had lockdowns or shutdowns because of that. Yeesh. Grilled cheese sandwiches are underrated. I'm not sure they are. I feel like most people I talk to like them. People don't have them often, and I do not blame them. Like, eating a grilled cheese sandwich every day would be a little bit painful, but nothing beats a ham and cheese with mayo. See, that's a sandwich that I would never eat. Ham, to me, I don't like the taste. Just pork products are not good to me. I don't like bacon. I don't like ham. And mayo, the texture of mayo is just bleh. I'm not a fan of it, you know? We had a guy come into our school during lunch last year in full psychosis, came in and threw some chairs in the cafeteria and wandered off down one of the halls. Didn't even get a lockdown. I've never had a school lockdown either. Though, admittedly, we never had anything that crazy. I love Christmas. I remember this one CS 188 YouTube poop with Christmas songs that is like the funniest thing ever. Also, the stop motion Christmas movies and the original Grinch can't be beat. I would agree on that last point, especially aside from the part where a certain family member was involved with most of those memories. And, yeah, no. It's kind of sad how much of my life has been shaped around the actions of one person. Because we used to watch Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer every year, you know, the Rankin Bass ones that were made out of felt and clay and whatnot. Never watched any others, though, which is weird, because I've seen a lot of YouTube poops of, Snow Miser from The Year Without a Santa Claus. They found a lot of stuff. 12, 15-gallon tubs? Holy crap. I don't know whether to be impressed or terrified. Hey, Orson, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna push this car. I don't care that you're going to hear my button mashing and that it's going to take a year. I need to get it out of the way, and I'm too lazy to do it with the engine. Ah, yeah, that'll do. Who was it and what did they do, if you're okay with saying? Of course. Oh, I'm open with it because really understanding it helps understand the way that I work. You know, the way I am as a person. The person in question was my mother. And I won't go into all the shit she did because we would be here for years. Otherwise, why is this car rolling backwards? No. Other way. Be gone. Alright, that'll do for now. And what happened specifically surrounding Christmas was I basically had to set an extremely firm boundary in the sand that said, don't contact me right now, I need my distance. And I had to do this for so many years that I kind of just said, don't do it ever, because she would always break that boundary at Christmas time. Fortunately, nothing has happened recently. Have you heard of that one geezer who moved 2 railroad cars by pulling them with their teeth? Excuse me? The cars weighed 80 tons. Okay, now that's something to put on a gravestone as the biggest flex in your life. I've never heard of that, though, no. My family has a tradition of watching Charlie Brown Christmas every year, and it would be painful to go without it. We had a tradition, the movies that we usually watched, we almost always did The Grinch, the animated one, the 2D animated one. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and sometimes we would also watch It's a Wonderful Life. Though usually, as I was too young, I didn't care for that movie, you know, so I personally didn't watch it, but my parents did. I just remembered, apparently my high school English teacher often wears a pink polo shirt and a blue jacket with black pants, just like your avatar. Hey! He's secretly me from the future. He's time traveled back just to teach you. I have the Heat Miser / Cold Miser song stuck in my head now. I'm Mr. White Christmas, I'm Mr. Snow. I don't know the lyrics, but we'll continue to go. You're welcome much. I'm making a different whistle. Should it be a 3, 4, 5, or 6 chime? Personally, I would say go for 4. I feel like I don't hear many 4 chimes. I'm Mr. Icicle, I'm Mr. Nah, I'm Mr. Icicle, I'm Mr. 10 Below. Friends call me Snow Miser. Whatever I touch turns to snow in my clutch. I'm too much. Don't worry, I do know the lyrics. That was a blatant lie. I just wanted an excuse to stop singing. Why does the Grinch have the most creative insults for no reason? Your heart is full of unwashed socks. Dude, I love the different variations of that song. Like, oh, you're full of crocodile tears. It's so good, and it's so catchy, too. Whoever wrote that song had a field day. N64 or GameCube? I never had either. I only played the Wii. I was too young to play on either, really, you know. May I introduce you to the term uncouth jabroni. Oh, that's a good one. Uncouth is such a fun word. It's so hard to really fit into anything, but it's so entertaining, you know? Wii Sports or Sport Resort? We didn't have Wii Sports. We had Resort though. I love doing the dog fighting and just using it as an excuse to fly around the island and explore. That world had so many fun little details, especially for a kid my age. I loved that. Wii did. Dude, Wii was so much fun. You know one of the fondest memories I have? Okay, so you know how I've been adding music to my videos recently? You might notice that a lot of the songs that I use are from Kirby games. Either that or from modern Mario games. I am trying to work on expanding it to other video game soundtracks. I'm mostly focusing on video game soundtracks because they are the easiest to license. And the licensing is quite often just free. And hey, sometimes, you know, it gives me a little bit of nostalgia going back and hearing some of the awesome music from these games. But Kirby's Return to Dreamland was so much fun. I didn't like my photo being taken back when I was younger, and that relates to problems with a certain parent. But one video they snuck in of my sister and I playing games together was us fighting Wispy Woods in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, and we were jumping so much. We were shaking our Wiimotes so violently and jumping in sync with us shaking that the entire house was bellowing. The entire house was creaking and crashing because we were so violently shaking our controllers. And you know, that's how we got exercise when we were like 8 years old. I have a first-year Wii that I will play until the day it dies. It's a superior console. It's so good. I haven't actually played Wii games in a hot minute, though. I do have copyright-free music, too. Hey, Mudge, maybe you should hit me up, then. Just slap me with a bunch of ideas, a bunch of things. Because I do need to expand the stockpile, which is weird. I have almost 100 songs, and yet I somehow still feel like I don't have enough. It reminds me of something cool that happened recently. Many years ago, in the early days of YouTube, there was a stop-motion animation that included the entire 2010 Lego Train lineup. More parentheses. I have to be patient before reading this message. Have you played with Heist before? I have not. I haven't really done any collaborations with other YouTube channels, which is interesting because I totally should by now, you know? Like, I've had the opportunities to do it. I just never bothered to try. Though I guess I am also kind of in a weird way a lone wolf. Not completely. Like I'm absolutely open to the idea, but you'll notice on these live streams, despite the fact that like Mudge is playing with me right now, I'm not in a voice call with him. I don't know. I do better talking to chat than I do talking with other people sometimes. Could be fun to experiment someday. Donk. Was it set to the can, and did it feature the police train and the Emerald Knight? It was a great video until the music in it got copyright claimed, despite the song being 70 plus years old and the guy being dead, and they had to replace it with generic royalty-free music. So it was the can. After a full decade, I finally found the music from it. Take the A train. Never mind, I stand corrected. Thought the Wii was a downgrade from the GameCube. I would hardly argue that. Like, maybe it didn't have some technical capabilities that the GameCube had, but for heaven's sake, it could play GameCube games. It had backwards compatibility in that regard, and that's how my sister and I got to play Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door for the first time. The Wii U was a bust. The Wii U was a lot of fun to me, but unfortunately, you know what's ironic? I've played so much Splatoon, but I never played it on the Wii U because my parents never let us buy it because it was quote-unquote too violent. I have over a year's worth of time between Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. But I never got to play Splatoon 1. Which is a shame, because really the final boss from that first game looks like it was one of the most engaging and fun. Donk. The Wii U was too violent. Oh, no, the Wii U was fine. We used it to watch Netflix. We got New Super Mario Bros. U. What other games did we get on it? I don't actually remember what games we had. That's a problem. It was specifically Splatoon that was the problem. Or also Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Also was a thing. Wii Sports. See, the one problem with Wii Sports that I had was bowling. And the reason that I had a problem with bowling was that I was so energetic that I would always throw the bowling ball backwards into the crowd by accidentally letting go of the button. It was great. Goodness, this engine can barely handle this, huh? We're only pulling, okay, we're pulling a 28 car train. Maybe we were talking about getting stuff for the Whittier Sawmill. Maybe it's time we get another locomotive so we can better double head things, you know? I don't want to get something too strong, but some of these trains feel like they take a while. Then again, we are getting the job done. The trains are getting to the destinations. Maybe I don't need to worry about anything. Atlantic one. Yeah, let's get an Atlantic. Completely just outclass the A23s that we have already. Big Mikado or the Big Mogul are good. I was considering the Mogul, because right now we have two consolidations and we have two Americans. A Mogul would be sort of in the same range there, you know? We could go for a Mikado, but it'd be a lot bigger and a lot stronger. And one of the goals for this save is to not have strong engines. Like, I want these engines to be kind of a little underpowered, just for fun. Could try an S23. I haven't done a T21 in a hot minute. T17. That's what we need to go for, guys. Great idea. Goodness gracious, we're going slow. T21 would be nice. S23 is a good switcher, but already been done a lot. Yeah, S23 could be fun, just because I don't think I see many people using the S23 as a mainline freight engine. Is there no music channel in the server now? You only now noticed? Goes to show how unused it was. Yeah, a couple of days back, or like a few weeks ago, I decided that it was about time we changed some of the channels, because a lot of them just don't get used, you know? So 1 voice channel and 3 text channels were removed. Though, unfortunately, due to the way we have the server set up, I needed to re-add one of the, I needed to re-add one of the text channels. So in-game was going to get the axe too, but it didn't happen in the end. Get a decapod, please, it'll be good. The decapod is so strong, though. It's flipping... How strong is it? It's 46? Don't get me wrong, I love the decapod. They're such pretty little engines. I love the way they look. But, like, it kind of beats the porpoise of very weak locomotives on this save, you know? Currently working with the 2 big C-class and S-classes as well as a Burke. The ones in-game, I assume? Let's see, that would be the C-55 and S-51. The Burke is always so strange because it's such a good engine on low flat ground, especially considering its tender. But ironically, its tender is so heavy that once you get into the mountains, it's not really that good. Like, it's probably okay going up to Red Marble, but once you get out to, like, Andrews and Topton, it's just not worth it, you know? Hey, yo, Jack, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. I'm at the tail end of my fall break and will be back in school tomorrow. The joys of going from relaxation straight back to work as if you had never stopped in the first place. Full steam. I've never seen somebody... I've never seen a fall break in the middle of October, though. That's interesting to me. I've always seen them around Thanksgiving. Just get her Eureka. Oh, wait, wrong game. See, easy solution to that, I bet. Buy one in ON30. There is an eBay listing right now for a 440. It's not quite the same appearance as the Eureka, but there is a 3D printed conversion kit for an ON30 440 that turns it into something that looks a little more like the Eureka. The Eureka is 36-inch. Oh, easy solution. Just buy it in ON3. I'm sure there's probably a model of the Eureka in ON3 too. I'm sure you've heard of the announced restoration of New York Central 3001. You know, Celestial, this drinking game hasn't gone all that well. We've only gotten 2 shots so far. Yeah, I've heard about the restoration. Earlier in the stream, we said, "Oh, but everybody's going to be talking about it. We should go do a drinking game." But we just haven't, I guess. It's not really been a common conversation topic, surprisingly. Speaking of brakes, check to make sure none of your brakes are applied. Oh, we're fine. Nothing's on. Oh wait, did the passenger train get stuck in Whittier? Oh my god, it did. No, you know what? This train is moving so slow. I'm just gonna set this up full steam ahead. Hey, yo, Ginger, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It's going good. It's going good. It's been a nice laid-back day today. Right now we're just doing a haul of empty cars from the brewery all the way to the interchange. I don't have much else to report on right now. Other than as previously mentioned, you're going to get a decapod or something. So no, we're not getting a decapod. We're getting like another C25. And I never said that was guaranteed, actually. It's just something I was considering. Like, I was just commenting on it because, you know, we're running so slowly. We've been at full steam since ELA, and we're still only running at 26 miles an hour. And so I thought it could be funny to grab another engine as like as a double header, you know? Get a 480. There aren't any 480s in the game, I don't think, actually. I do like the old-looking 280s. I think I'm going to get one for my layout for the branch line freight. They're so good! And at Train World, you can pick them up for about $230. I know it's a little bit expensive, but $230, and they come with digital command control and sound, brand new. You do have to wait until the 31st for them to, like, actually be ordered, and the sound system is economy. Economy's pretty good, but it's not the best. It's like, it's good quality, but it doesn't have a lot of selection for it. But yeah, if you want to pick up a 280 like this, Athearn makes them right now. What are you owing about? Mudge commented here, time to rethink this before I get too far. I'm losing speed in Dillsboro. He's probably got a lot of heavy freight coming from either Upper Cowie or from the Dillsboro gypsum mines, which is going to be causing a lot of problems. 13 miles an hour from the Henderson mines. Ah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I celebrated the 40th anniversary of Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends by making a cupcake for my Trackmaster Thomas, as my family was conveniently making cupcakes that day. Hey, nice. Man, now you're making me hungry, though. Be like me and have a railroad that's only run by C-25s. Exactly! Yeah, this railroad here is a bit scaled down. It's only from Ela to Silva, so we don't really need too much power. So the locomotives that we're currently running is a pair of C-25s and a pair of A-23s. So far, it's been working pretty good. And the reason that we went for this small of a save is because the Ashland Pacific, don't get me wrong, it was fun, but one thing, we don't really have enough members to play on these saves. We don't really have enough members in general, on all things considered. The channel is a little bit of a financial oddity right now. But, because we don't have as many people playing, I've decided to scale back the railroad and force us to use these smaller trains, because because they're so weak, they will run slower when running heavy trains like these, which means that our jobs take longer, meaning that overall, despite the low density of jobs, it still gives us enough time to have something for everybody to do throughout a whole stream. And because it is a smaller railroad, there is a lower density of jobs, which in turn means that we actually have a higher chance of completing all of the jobs by the end of the stream, even if, like, the long runtime makes it so the jobs take longer. There's still, like, just the right amount of jobs for us to do on one live stream, you know? So that's why we don't have a decapod. That's why we're probably not going to get one. That's why we don't have a, I was considering getting a diesel, but those things are so strong. Maybe it's not the best idea. I'm still making a Huber 6 chime mac and cheese, and nobody can stop me. What about a mac and cheese pizza? I feel like we've actually talked about this on the channel before, and I'm going to ruin someone's night again by reminding you all that that image exists. Time to split the hill. Mudge, actually, you know what we could do, Mudge? If we want to buy an engine for double heading, we could make it so we could just get a G16. Get the weakest engine in the game and have that be, like, the backup. Like, in case one engine has issues, you send out the G16. Maybe it's positioned in Dillsboro, so, like, it's a little farther down the line. A little closer to the points of interest. T17, then. Ah, yes, the oft-forgotten locomotive. Or better yet, an A12. Let's get an A12 in this save. Paint it bright pink. Oh, hey, we're in Wilmot, right. There we go, that's a good screenshot. That is an insult to Italy and America. No, I'm Italian. I have found your kryptonite. Get an army of whatever is the railroader equivalent of Betsy. That would be the G16. But for scope and scale of the game, the G6 actually is the G16 equivalent to a Betsy. Like, I understand, yeah, sure, they're not the same because Betsy is just cuter. I mean, come on, it's the tank engine. It's the perfect tank engine to start your games. But, like, is the G16 treated in a similar light to Betsy for being the weakest engine in the game? It's an interesting question. Time to go to the Railroader Discord and instantly ask. Why not go for an all EMD SW1 locomotive roster? So if I was going to go for an all diesel save, the idea for the all diesel save, I have a plan for that. I want to do a live stream once we get a couple of new members. I want to do a live stream where we have the entire railroad from Silva all the way to Andrews unlocked. All of it. I want every industry, just the base game though. I just want base game industries. I want every base game industry at tier 5, and I want to see if using only diesels we can make the route work. And it'll be a plethora of diesels. You know, we'll have RS3s, we'll have GP38s, we'll have RS1325s, we'll have SW1s, we'll have GP9s. It'll be all over the place. Oh yeah, we'll also have some F units thrown in there, just for fun! Just for fun. And we'll see how much of the day we can get done on the new update. Because the new update to the game adds the AI functionality that allows you to do switching via AI. And so using that, I want to see if we just abandon all sensibilities of, hey, let's try and make running this railroad actually realistic, and instead just like did precision scheduled railroading to the max, if we could actually do a full day's worth of deliveries on tier 5. I think that'd be a really fun little challenge save to do for like a weekend or two. But we'll need to either wait for Nina to get back, or we'll need to wait for more people to sign on to the, to memberships. Weakest loco in railroads in line is Bigger Betsy, because it is heavier. That is very true. I do like the 042, though, a lot. It's very, I don't know, just having that little coal bunker in the back, or I guess it's a wood bunker for the Railroads Online version, just makes it feel way more complete to me. A P18 on the save would be cool. It could be. It could be fun. A neat little addition. All P18s. Nah, TK, we gotta do all A12s. No, you gotta have a save that's specifically running to Andrews, but the Andrews interchange is dead. It'll be the perfect plan. Oh, also to help with that save, though, I would probably have the... Yeah, okay, blocked by destination. We would not be doing mostly blocked or hostile. I would not be doing that hostile challenge playthrough. That would be hell. It's been nice, I gotta go. Alright, take care, Royce, and thanks for tuning in for a little bit. Cheers, man. What kind of a grade are we currently working on? 0.6% and we're already this slow? Aw, damn. I like this part of the route. It's very pretty. It's very nice just running along the river. I think I like the Nantahala part a little bit better, because it's very similar in style. It's just a little farther out, you know. Hey, Gilded, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. There are short line railroads that have all diesel switcher rosters. Of course they do. Like the Union Road we were talking about earlier. Or the Lapeer Industrial Railroad, like we were also talking about earlier, although nobody meant I was basically the only person talking about it. You mentioned a challenge playthrough. Wait until I figure out how to share my 54 industry railroads on line map. Oh, God. I will stick to just playing a new playthrough of Luna Ridge. I'm sure I said it over 9,000 times, but thanks again for remaking my Cedar Falls and Northern Tenderletting. Hey, no problem. It was actually really important to me because I had to go out of my way. I forgot to build a logo for the Halloween Railroad. And so building yours has reminded me, hey, I should make something for my YouTube thumbnails to entice people to click, you know? So I made a very goofy looking thing. I'm not sure if it'll be good for the series. I'm not sure if it'll really fit, but we're using it. It'll be in the thumbnails, and working on adjusting your lettering reminded me to do that. Better yet, join me on the FCNA. All of the industries on Pine Valley except the dredge. Now, what I gotta do is I gotta pull out... I'll have to whip out the, not Greater Beyond, Mountaineer Coal Country save that we had for the community back in the day. Just run that instead. We're running out of water here. This is a very long stretch of moving stuff around. Fortunately, we are close to the Cowie Tunnel, which is kind of a major milestone. If we make it past that, we can easily make it to Milepost 48 and to the engine sheds. Is that save even still possible? I recall it having 6 coal mines and others, 3 of each limit on all the industries. Hey, that's just a limit of what you can place. It's not necessarily a limit of what can be used. I think it's still workable. I haven't tried it, of course, because, like, I can't be bothered. But I think it's functional. I believe it is. Arkansas Ozarks Railway had 2 GE 70-tonners on its roster, and the railroad is 66 miles long and grades up to 3% on the whole route. That's kind of fun. I think one of my favorite railroads with GE 44-tonners were, not 4470s, just center cabs, GE center cabs. I think there was a Canadian National or a Canadian Pacific branch line that had trolley tracks that they were still using. And there was like a 10% gradient in the middle of the route, and they had to pull a single boxcar up that hill with 2 diesels. There's such fun pictures of it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Hold on. Because I think it was Canadian Pacific. Can I find this image? I cannot! Damn it. Okay, well, Google has failed me. You know what else has failed? Hey, y'all, you weirdos, like the stream. Why do we only have 9 likes? I think there's an image of it in the Trains of TF2 video by Amtrak Guy 365. Maybe, may chance, mayhaps, perhaps. Boston and Maine had a line through a golf course, so that would be a fun railroad to model. How could golf possibly be entertaining? See, it's easy. What if the golf balls could be hit by trains and dragged away? The Brits had one through a soccer stadium. Isn't there one that's actually still in use? It's like a tourist railroad, a steam tourist railroad in, like, I want to say Hungary. It's somewhere in Central Europe. When the branch closed, the Boston and Maine ran their business train down it, which consisted of a single RDC. I got my roster 1 to 7 planned, but I'm trying to decide on which engine to be the 8. Either a B&O C16 040T or a Proto 2000 080. I'd go for the 080. Like, a C16 is a very small locomotive. To make that the number 8 would be kind of strange. I look over at you doing about the same speed as me right now. Ah, the glory of this save. In full swing. Also, for the court record, yes, the image that I'm thinking of is in the Engines of TF2 video. Weren't the IRL ones numbered 96 to 99? Yeah, but that was on a big railroad like the Baltimore in Ohio, you know? On a smaller railroad, on a railroad like the B&O, they had engines going up to the thousands, right? So despite the fact that, yeah, they were in the 96 to 99, probably, it's also very likely that that was a very low number on the B&O. Well, we made it through. We do not have much water, but we'll be able to figure it out. Still think it's a little funny. The Milwaukee Road A classes were numbered 1 through 4. Those are the ones those are the Hiawatha engines, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. I need a switcher to do switching of the interchange with the Canadian National and switching both the local industries and the Black Diamond coal mine. An 080 would probably be a little bit better for something like that. Number 3 was scrapped for parts, leaving only 1, 2, and 4. Literally that prank thing? What prank thing? Wait a minute. Is there like some TikTok trend where you scrap somebody's organs and you don't sell them on the black market, you just use them to improve yourself? What kind of prank would that be? I sure hope I am wrong on this statement. Rap battles. Ah, yes, epic rap battles of train history. Let's go. The thing is, some guy released some chickens into this high school with numbers on the chickens. Numbered 1, 2, and 4. The school people said an hour looking for chicken 3. Dude, that's genius. That is a brilliant prank. Oh my god. Alright, let's top this sucker off. $7-Eleven? I haven't been to there in years. Might want to change engines if there are others here. Nah, there's no engines here. And besides, the only other locomotives that we have are all C25s or AS23s, so like they're not any stronger. This is, hilariously, this is the strongest engine on the railroad. Okay, so 102 is there. 121 is there. 103. Okay, so I got some time. Other than passengers and mail, the freight on the CF and N is mostly farm products, mostly applies and Apples, not applies. What am I reading here? Apples and potatoes, along with livestock, coal, lumber, clay, building materials, and bridge traffic. That's quite a lot of stuff. That feels like the kind of railroad that might be a little bit bigger than 35 miles. And now we sit here patiently. This is what you all came here for, right? You can't even call this ASMR, there's no audio to it. I recall a school that had an anything but a backpack day, and some guy carried his stuff around in a washing machine all day. That's dedication. Other guy brought an entire refrigerator. See, I don't know why, but a refrigerator seems more logical only because, I guess, because I didn't think to put a washing machine on, like, a hand cart or something, but I did for a refrigerator. Oh god, that just reminds me of how terrible the fridge was at our old school. There was so much white gunk and nobody wanted to know where it came from. If engines could talk, I would assume this one would be sighing in relief and at the enjoyment of a water refill. Honestly, we've run our engines harder before, so, it'd be like, ah, another Tuesday, yeah? If anything. We are not kind to our locomotives, and it makes things very fun and stressful. Hello, Vincent. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing well today. Just topped off the engine. Running back to the interchange. Having a little bit of fun daydreaming about model railroad plans that I will never be able to do because they are way too ambitious. I've got a teacher who comes in at like 6 a.m. every day and always cleans up his senior pranks before anyone comes in to see them. Wow. That is going to change when I do my prank next year. So what you have to do is you have to get a prank that is so, like, hidden in the rafters, and it's got to be time activated. Like, specifically at noon, it goes off. But he's not going to notice, because who's going to look up there? He's going to get a false sense of security. Better yet, give him a false sense of security by making a senior prank. Other than that he has to clean up So he doesn't notice that. He thinks he's won, he thinks he's done it, and then bam, hit him. Get him. Do you remember my John Johnson thing? I remember the name, I don't remember the subject. I don't remember the exacts, no. Okay, chat. Y'all remember the Eggsicle incident? I apologize, but I saw this, and you need to see it too. And the nicest part about all this is that I can focus on running trains in the game. So I don't have to acknowledge that this thing exists. I can force you all to suffer, and I don't have to worry at all. Why does that actually look good? Please, by all means, TK, eat the bacon and, Actually, I wonder if there's any cheese down there. I wonder if there's cheese and marinara sauce still. That's an important question. From what I see, I think you made the Dillsborough Roundhouse into like your roads repair shops. So the Dillsborough Roundhouse is actually something we don't really use. The main reason we have it is the coaling tower. That's it. Because we don't have a way currently in the game to add a coaling tower and water tower to the Silva interchange. If we did, I would use it so much. This would be where I put the actual coaling tower and water tower. Instead, the Dillsborough Shops is going to be a helper storage place. We're going to buy a very weak engine and leave it in the area just as like a helper in case a train fails to make it over the hill at Dillsborough to Silva, or if it fails to make it over the hill from Barkos to Cowie, we just have a little backup here to help give it a little boost of power. And it's also going to be for repairing the passenger train. That's its main purpose, is putting passenger cars in there, getting them repaired overnight. Because it's way easier to put them there than it is to put them on the repair shops we have at Silva. Railroaders should get a winter update, hopefully. I think we'll be getting the AI features for the winter update. That's what I expect to see. Which will be awesome. That'll be so cool. I plan to buy 125,000. What? Okay, TK, I have to ask you, how much is this going to cost? I need to know. This is important information. This is vital. Also, don't mind me just taking a couple of pictures. I were to be authentic with the unicorns I choose $250,000. I like my wallet is in pain. Shay one. I don't. Isn't it like a nightmare to animate Shays? I think that's the reason Shays don't exist. Or you buy them off Temu in bulk for like 25 cents each. See, TK, I'm pretty certain. Give me like 5 minutes. I might be able to find you something better. If Google would work on my phone. Oh my god, those things look so adorable. I hate them. Oh, goodness gracious. So, okay, hold on. Let me do the math on how much this would cost. $7 over 24. That's about 25 cents. If you want a good place to buy toys from, don't ask me how I know this. I've actually visited this store before. There is a website called... what is it? Hold on. Curious Minds Busy Bags. Admittedly, I originally thought it said body bags, but it's a little toy store in Michigan, and they have some pretty good prices on bulk toys, on bulk cheap plastic toys. So... it's not as good as Temu's price, but it's like 4 cents. Only 4 cents more than the Temu one, which will add up over time, but... let me think here. Then it would only cost you $36,000. To buy all the toys. I collect HO has a 99999 page list of engines that I want. Quick, you need to go buy that one locomotive that is like... there's... oh god. What was that one engine, TK? It was the $69,000 060. You just gotta go buy that. We really have to get a Mikado, but the Mikados are so strong. I might get a Big Boy for Christmas. A Big Boy is a fun engine. You know what'd be funny? ON30 conversion of a Big Boy. Main 2-foot conversion of a big boy. Ah, yes, with the curves so sharp that they needed to run 40s. A GN15 conversion of the big boy when, yes. Yes. Oh god, that would be so terrible. Got to get an 0-30 big boy. Well, there isn't any direct 0-30s. There are articulateds, but the articulateds are kind of meh. I have the 266 too. It's so thin. Dude, the prototype for that locomotive is weaker than the 260. Alright, we got an open track and we are pulling into a yard. ON30 conversion for Rivers of Verasi 2882 into the Uinta's bigger South American cousin. I mean, there is a conversion kit for the Mantua 2662 that converts it into an ON30 tank engine. Does that count? Better yet, what we need to do is we need to convert a 2884, or sorry, not a 2884, 28884 into ON30. That's what we need to do, guys. We need to make absolute overkill. In 8 years of rail fanning, I've only caught 4 Norfolk Southern Heritage units. We actually caught one on our vacation. We saw the Pensy one out in Chicago as we were approaching Union Station from Michigan. We didn't manage to get a photo, sadly. We just saw it in passing, but... Instead of overkill, how about obscurity or unusual wheel arrangements for a particular gauge? Really, I think what would be most interesting is not necessarily peculiar wheel arrangements for a particular gauge, but peculiar, like, just peculiar stuff in general. Like, imagine a narrow gauge locomotive with its air tank mounted above the smoke box. I should have realized that there's a passenger train turning around over here, and I do not want to be in the way. Take Firefly and convert it to 1 and 11 and a half, 12's foot gauge. I think you mean 60 centimeter gauge? That would be 11 and 5/8 inches. It is very particular and strange. Well, at least it's strange in the context of imperial measurements. Well, we'll be sitting here for a second, chat. Imagine a narrow gauge Locan railroader. Honestly, a narrow gauge railroader map would be cool. Like, I don't think that's like something that's gonna happen anytime soon, and I'm fine with that personally. Like, I know I do narrow gauge, but like, I'd rather have a new map than that is easy to achieve than an entirely new gauge that would take forever, you know? So, how much of a loan do you need to repay? Only... We're sitting on $31,000. We're doing pretty good. That's why I named the stream this way, because we are so close. We're doing so well. All right, you know what? If Mudge is going to go to dinner soon, I'm gonna go take over the Upper Cowie switching job. Have you seen Daylight Run? Yeah, I've seen Daylight Run. Of course I have. I've grown up in Portland, Oregon my entire life. I actually have a video of her running that I should probably post to YouTube sometime. I think I already posted it, but like it was during a time where like trains wasn't the main drive for the channel, so... What about 700? Oh yeah, we've seen 700 run before too. Look, I was there when they did the double header that made them realize they should never do double headers again. I was there when the double header broke a rail. Wait a minute. They ordered a car for Callner, but there's still a car left in Callner. Okay, that's peculiar. It's going to be very strange to work around. I think more time needs to pass for Cowie to shunt properly. It probably does. Let me look for a minute here. Those are good. Those are good. This is almost empty. Good lord. This, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that is true. Needs a little more time. Got a dip, so good night. Alright, take care, Irish guy. Sleep well, man. Sleep well. Should do a photo charter for the railroad for a stream as a fun thing. That could be an interesting. Just have a live stream where the entire stream I'll let any members join in as passenger or whatever, and they could just take photos in the background, get all the pictures. You know, there was actually a perk I originally had for members, but, like, nobody's taken it up. So, here we are. Several months later, never having invited a passenger into the world. Somehow. Like magic. Actually, no, never mind. We wouldn't have the space to fit in that extra tank car. My bad. Was hoping that we would, but no. But we can try. Fun fact that out of all the engines of the CF and N railroad, the Lines Russian Decapod is the only engine bought new, as all the others are bought new used. That's basically the story behind the laminate port carony. Though for the W and PK, I do have it set up so that some of the moguls were purchased new. But yeah, that's always a fun way to explain why a railroad roster is so inconsistent, you know? Because generally speaking, railroads would try and have most of their engines be very similar, from what I have seen. But hey, if you're buying literally everything used, throw that idea out the window! Alright, bonk. Maybe someday we'll just do an N gauge standard or N scale standard gauge railroad. You can also have mishmashes and stuff. Oh, absolutely, but generally speaking, most railroads tried to have their fleet be like somewhat standardized. This is not going to fit, but wait, that worked? What are you... I was not expecting that to function as well as it did. Let's go! Let's go! Life is good. I meant if everything is used, you can have some minor Franken locomotivage. That is true. That is true. Do you have any combine cars? Because for fun, you could run a local train and pick up cars and passengers for a different type of operation. A lot of short lines had either coach or combine and ran mixed. See, that's actually something I do. I don't do it in Railroader, obviously, but I do it a lot of the time in model railroad plans, because passenger service is kind of like... I love that sound effect that plays every flipping time. The one reason that I'm always going to ask that people join memberships on stream is specifically for that. Welcome, Passenger the Mind Master. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, no, on a lot of model railroads that I design, I design them with mixed freight in mind, because it allows you to represent passenger services without having to add the space to store an entire passenger train. And it can also act as a caboose, you know? So, like, on the HO scale layout that I've been planning for a while, I've got a combine for that. On the Halloween train, we have a combine very specifically for that. Gonna head out for dinner. Alright, take care, Mudge. Take care. I almost said sleep well there. I don't know why. You are not going to sleep. I would join memberships, but money is fake. Hey, every little bit counts. Yeah, yes, I go to bed now, for sure. Yeah, clearly. Let me get you your pillow. Hold on. It does remind me, though, I have to finish editing the thumbnail for next week's video, because I gotta upload that for members. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing after this stream is over. Most short lines made money on freight, though adding a combine or a coach often could serve the very small towns that the short line serves. Yeah, exactly. That was an easy way to do mail contracts, you know? It was excellent for those tiny little places. And just a nice little thing for communities. Plus, sometimes mixed freight trains are surprisingly big. My father has, in the past, shown me a mixed freight service in, like, I want to say Illinois or Iowa. It was... I don't remember what the freight consist was, but it was like 20 cars of freight, and at the back of the train, there was baggage car, coach. Oh, and also a caboose. There was a caboose at the very end of the train, I think. Give him the Amtrak pillow. We actually still have an Amtrak blanket. We got one like 5 years ago, and we still have it floating around. It's really nice to have. Especially when you go traveling, just because it's so lightweight. It does not protect you from the elements, though. I see, somebody double-dipped. I completely forgot that was also on Ko-Fi. From the sounds of it, that branch had a lot of traffic. Yeah, I think it had a lot of traffic. I'm not entirely... It might have been something more like a main line, but just like a lesser main line. I think it was the Père Marquette. Even better the second time. I know. I'm not expecting it because it already happened. It's not going to happen again, right? And then bam, just hits you. Some short lines dried up on freight and had used a combine car hauling milk and mail as sort of a way to make a profit, but ended up falling into receivership and bankruptcy. But the best ones are when short lines revive themselves as tourist lines that can also haul small freight as an extra income. I know, right? Those are some of the most fun railroads. They're especially exciting to model as a person who's grown up in the 21st century. Like, I know I'm doing a lot of 0 and 30 and I'm doing a lot of Steam stuff, but they're really exciting for a person like me because they're what I've grown up with. It's how I've been able to view railroading, you know? It's how I've experienced railroading for a very long time. And so, seeing that through the lens, having a little bit of the iconic era of railroading, where you have passenger services, you have steam trains running at full speed, and at the same time you have the modern cut down to its core dieselization. It's really cool, actually. It's really fun to model, and it's what I used to do before I started doing this stuff on the channel. And maybe someday we'll revisit the original Ashland Pacific, because I had a very expansive model railroad planned for that, and it would be really cool to actually explore that with you all. That's why I like short lines more than big common carriers. Small roads serving small towns and industries. Basically, in short, a railroad serving the towns that the big roads just said no to. One of the reasons I really like it, I really like modeling short lines, is because you can capture the entire scope of the railroad in one go. One of the problems with trying to model a big railroad is that you'll almost always have to have some form of staging yard, some form of, oh, but the world continues over there, and I trust me, that way's to Chicago. But modeling a short line railroad, you just say, yeah, this is the interchange. We could model past this point, but, like, it's not our railroad. Why should we? Alright, bonk. Would you rather have a Norfolk and Western 480 or a J-Class 484? I think the 480 would be more interesting, especially for a video game like this. I actually have plans to make an 0 and 30 480 at some point. Again, there's some of those plans that are like, oh, but I want to do this, and I know I never will because I don't have the finances, or I don't have the time, or whatever, some excuse. But I don't know, 480s are kind of cool reel arrangements, despite the fact that they're so uncommon, you know? Heyo, Nick, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Should number it 475. Yeah. Get one of those center-mounted headlights too. Just make it look really out of place for the narrow gauge. Congrats on 6K. Hey, thank you, thank you. It's a very exciting. It's not as exciting as like 10K, you know, or as 5K, but it's still exciting to hit a milestone. And as Wes pointed out a while ago on the post, it's really cool to hit a milestone like that when there's not some big event like a new game being released. It's kind of exciting in its own right to know that people are just subscribing because of the content I'm putting out, rather than because, oh, well, this guy's also playing the game that I want to watch, you know? If I ran a short line in the IRL in the age of Steam, it'd be hard to choose which two engines to start off with. Maybe a 480 for freight and a 442 for passenger. Excuse me. That is an interesting hypothetical. If there was a railroad that you started in the era of Steam that was a short line railroad and you had to figure out what cars to use or what engines to choose to run the line, but it had to be in your local area just to make like the terrain, like you can't just choose, oh yeah, I want to run out in the open roaring prairies and I'll only buy the cheapest locomotives, you know, it has to be local-ish to you. That could be an interesting little hypothetical scenario and challenge to think about for a bit. Norfolk and Western had narrow gauge, but I'm not sure. I think had narrow gauge. Tweetsy or Rio Grande or East Broad Top or White Pass. So the White Pass, I think, has always been... oh wait, you're just asking in general, but hey, I'll still also point this out. Rio Grande, it's always so weird to me to remember that the Rio Grande was actually also a standard gauge railroad. East Broad Top was its own thing up till the end. Tweetsy, I believe, was bought out by the Southern Railroad, and White Pass is actually still its own railroad, I think. I wonder if you'll do a TED Talk about short lines and operations. Yeah. And here we have, actually, there is a really good website for looking at this sort of stuff. If you want to look into shortline railroading, I would recommend checking out Hawkins Rails. They have a bunch of web pages about both modern era short lines, modern era excursion railroads, and they have a ton of... They have some narrow gauge stuff, but they also have a big page about shortline railroads in the Steam era and the transition era, and it's really cool because they've documented their rosters really well for locomotives. Unfortunately, they don't always have like passenger cars or freight cars or that kind of thing, but they have some... What's a good example I can think of? Actually, there was one railroad that I saw there that really inspired me to make this one. And it's because the roster was a 440, two 280s of an identical design, and a 260. And I saw that and I thought to myself, well, whenever we're doing Railroader, you know, we always try and diversify our fleets because it's trains. We want to play with all the trains, right? But it's kind of reminded me that sometimes, quite often actually, that's not how railroads were. They would try and have one type of engine, you know? And so, funnily enough, that website has inspired the Sundown River Line. But if you ever want some inspiration for a shortline railroad, go check out that website. It is so cool. There's so much stuff you can look through. The American and the T-21 for the plains of Oklahoma. Yeah, basically, you just go for the fast engines if you're out in the roaring prairies. Here for Oregon, I think it would make more sense to go for bigger locomotives, at least here in Western Oregon. I think doing this hypothetical, it would be good to go for like a consolidation or a decapage. It might be best to go for the C-46. I think that would be the go-to. K-35 and a C-46 would be a good combination. Assuming that we had to go for smaller locomotives, though, like we could only go for the K-28T, say, as the largest engine, it'd probably just be a pair of G-25s. Because you'd really want the extra strength, you know? Hello, Digby Model Railway. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I use Hawkins Rail for shortline studying, and I used for my suggestion for the Bonhomie. Is that Bonhomie? And a Hattiesburg. I can pronounce that word without any questions. As a future map for Railroader. Bonhomie. It's a bunny that is your ultimate homie. He will never let you down. Have you checked out Railroads Online since it updated to the 3-year anniversary? I have. It's actually... it's pretty nifty. I was trying to say nice and nifty at the same time, and I completely screwed that up. I really like the changes to the UI. I think as an old player, there's not enough for me to really be too engaged by it right now, unfortunately, because, like, there's nothing new to really try. But I think the improvements that they have made are just all positive so far. I love what I saw of the update in my time, because I did go back to Railroads Online to update the old custom maps and get them onto my website, starhive.link. And so I actually did have to play around with it a little bit to update some of the maps to the more modern setting, and I really enjoyed it. I really like what they've done. Glad to be here. After a few months of watching, I finally got to watch a live stream. Hey, well, welcome to your first live stream, then. Always fun to have longtime lurkers come pop out of the shadows just for a single stream. Or maybe for a few streams. Loading/unloading is so much better, actually makes it fun to play. I did not experiment with the loading/unloading yet. Maybe I should. Did they do something more? Like with, like more than just, oh, well, you'll get multiple, you're able to move multiple items. What did they change? I don't actually know this one. Hopefully I will no longer be a lurker. Well, hey, if you do go back to being a lurker, that's perfectly fine, you know? Everybody has their own way of, like, handling social situations in this sort of entertainment environment. But hey, happy to have you here. In short, the B and HS was a railroad that ran from the GM&O, sorry, not G&MO, interchange Beaumont to Hattiesburg, primarily handling lumber traffic, and used a 262 and a 282 until they were retired and said, oh, I think I know that one. I think I vaguely remember this one. I love it. I don't know why. I really like prairie types. I know that when people ask me, like, oh, what's your favorite wheel arrangement, I'll kind of just BS and say, like, oh, well, I don't have a favorite wheel arrangement. And generally, that is true. I don't have one favorite wheel arrangement. But I gotta say, prairies are a wheel arrangement that I'm, like, a sucker for. I vaguely remember that one railroad that was had a 282 and a 262. Now you can select each car while still. Ooh, that looks exciting. You can select each car while still in control of the engine to load each car instead of running back and forth. Heck yeah! Oh, that's fun. I like that. I like the sounds of that. It's also interesting how short lines struggled early on building their routes and serving towns in the occasional industry. That's actually something I've never really looked into. I've heard stories about it. You know, everybody knows the Erie Gauge War. But I've never really looked into that time period much beyond hearing people talking about it just randomly and occasionally. You know, maybe that's something I should be researching. Next stream, we'll just have a big conversation about, like, oh yeah, let's talk about this random railroad that ran in New York to Pennsylvania that you've never heard about. Oh god, that is just... Me saying those words has just reminded me of a random railroad. I don't remember the name of it, but I very vaguely remember a railroad that I actually know a little bit about this stuff of. What was the name? It was like... What would it have been? It was... I want to say it was the OWL was the acronym that most people knew it by. The OWL Railroad. But I don't know. I don't remember. It was a railroad that was running in... It was in New York somewhere. I don't remember where to. It was a railroad that was attempting to connect two major cities. But because all the other railroads had already built the routes, like the New York Central, or... a railroad, or like the Pennsylvania. It was trying to be a bridge railroad. But the problem is all the good routes had already been taken, and so what they wound up doing, or it wasn't the good routes, actually. It might not have been the good routes. It might have been that they were trying to save money by going through the towns that would offer them the cheapest options. And so the railroad was technically a bridge route, but it was so terrible because it went on the most snaky and winding path possible, and it was always just considered a failure because it was not an effective bridge route. I don't remember what the name of it was, though. What was it? I've activated a sleeper agent in the back of my mind. Maybe one from Canada? The Dominion Atlantic Railroad. Where was that one at? Was it like East Coast, West Coast, Central Canada? Look up the Mount Gretna narrow gauge in Pennsylvania. It was 2-foot narrow gauge running 2-4. Oh, okay, nah. I know this railroad. It was not 240s. It was 440s. I know this because Bachmann made a model of it in ON30. I am so obsessed with trying to find ON30 prototypes that I know this one by heart. It was an excursion railroad that was very strange. It was built... I love the Mount Gretna because it was actually built to run Forneys. originally. And because, Forneys were generally speaking very good at handling sharp corners. But the problem is, funnily enough, the Mount Gretna's corners were so sharp that they actually had to buy new locomotives because not even the Forneys could handle the corners. They couldn't handle the curves. And so what happened is they had to buy 440s, which they were better at handling the corners, but one of their 440s, the first engine they ever got, had to be built in 8 days so that the line could be opened for the 4th of July so that people could go out to the shooting range. Because the entire point of the Mount Gretna was an excursion railroad that transported troops from the railroad to a military base, or it transported people who just wanted to use their hunting rifles at a shooting range, because there was also a shooting range that they had connected to the railroad. It's such a wild and wacky little railroad. I love it. It's one of the few ones that I can recite this much information about by heart. The Mount Gretna was opened in 1889. It closed in 1916. The shooting range was closed many years before the railroad closed. The reason the railroad closed, though, was because of an accident. A derailment happened, and it killed a couple of soldiers. And so the line, they decided to just scrap it and replace it with trucks or something. Because the tourism element of the railroad was kind of not in use anymore, because nobody was riding the train for the hunting range. Can't be Central. Central Canada has F all in it. Hey, I've heard of some cool shoreline railroads in like Saskatchewan. On another note, there was another railway called the Halifax and Southwestern. It started as a narrow gauge. The Halifax and Southwestern merged with the Intercolonial Railway and 2 others and became, it was part of Canadian National. Exciting. It's always fun to hear about the small railroads that merge to make the big ones. I mean, not like BNSF with Burlington Northern Santa Fe. That's kind of interesting, but it's not as interesting as like, oh, but what railroads merged to make the Burlington, Make a full video on the Mount Gretna narrow gauge. That could be a fun one to talk about. I'll consider it. I might have a reason to do it soon. A very, very good reason. We'll see. Still planning to build an electric railroad interchanging with steam. Good luck with that. I think that would be a lot of fun, but electric railroads are just so rare. Like, the models for them are, Interurbans are so cool, but you barely get them, Unless you're, like, modeling Japanese stuff. In which case, Kato has you covered for years, for decades to come. Found a company of the 3 Prince shells? Heck yeah, let's go. Both of the railways are from NS Canada, from North's Canada? Or is there a town named NS Canada? That doesn't sound like a town name, but... I almost just rammed these freight cars over here. That would have been a disaster, but we're good. We're fine. That was a risky maneuver. I see, yes. Province Nova Scotia. That makes much more sense. My theory of a good shortline locomotives is 440 and 260, or 460 and 280. With either the 440 or 460 in passenger and the 260 and 280 in freight in the steam era. So, I was thinking at one point of making a short line layout. If anything, if I were to do an HO scale one, I would go for 440, 260, 210, and like a 44 tonner. Sup, nerd. Don't worry, we are very nerding today. And to answer your question, the sky. Did you expect anything less from me, Taz? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. That was a little bit of a hard bonk, but I think we're good. Oh, heck yeah, we're also... This is a short enough consist that we don't block the Y. Let's go! Not in the slightest. They give the same answer all the time. Dad jokes, let's go! I can't post a handshake emoji. This isn't a text chat. All I can do is scream into my microphone. Working on that Insanity board. Let's go, let's go. While I wait for a friend to come back from our anime watch party. One day, I'm going to force you to watch Garzy's Wing. It'll be like an experience just like a parkour civilization. For Steam Era 1, it would be an 060, and in the Diesel Era, a GE 44 tonner or a Baldwin diesel switcher. It could also be something like an SW1 or an NW2. But generally speaking, I think it would be more fun to have a GE 44 tonner, like a center cab, or a diesel switcher of some kind, like a Baldwin. Or maybe even an Alco. You could have like an RS3. An RS3 would actually be really cool to have. I don't know what that is. You will learn. TK? That tender is an abomination of God. Not to mention the rest of that whole thing, but that tender, what the heck did you do with that drawing? I hate that. It's perfect. Oh my god, and you have the Colorado and Southern smokestack too. See, oh wait, oh, I was gonna say, see, this needs to be a camelback, but you've already beaten me to the punch on that. Oh my god, this is... Hold on, I should feature this on stream. Give me 5 seconds. I'm stealing this image and you can't stop me. Have you watched Emperor of the North? I haven't actually seen it, which is weird because like everybody talks about it. Like once a month, there's at least one person who brings up Emperor of the North. I really should see it someday. Choo choo. Yes. In fact, monsieur. Choo choo. Alright, for the train nuts here, I present to you TK's terrible drawing. For those of you who are not train nuts, this will just look like a drawing of a train. For those of you that are train nuts, this is a crime against God himself. The tender has a syllabopkin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I am probably not. A doghouse for the brakeman, a comically massive tail lamp, and a Shea engine set. Oh, and all of the cylinders are Vulcan compound. I just don't know how to draw those. Not to mention, it is a camelback. It has a Cogden. It has 4 smokestacks, all blended into one. It is a 6686. Enjoy. You had to see this, or I had to see this, and now you do too. A crime like seeing Stan himself looking up at you from the void? Worse. A worse crime. It's a 6777. Oh. So on the other side, the front engine set is 4 wheels and the back is 3. This makes it so much better. Better in a bad way, of course. Better in a this needs to burn way. God. God. This is so cursed. I love this. Thoughts on the Indiana Harbor Belt engine in general? The 080. Oh, I've seen this thing before. The 280 where they truncated off the pilot truck, basically. I've seen this. I actually like the way that looks. God, the air tank above the boiler. I don't know, I really like those bonnet-styled air tanks. So it has 2 speeds. Slow, and holy shit, the tender is melting. Yeah, basically. That sums it up. Also, I just realized you guys actually can't see what the heck I'm doing in game. Like, in order for you to see the beauty of that monstrosity, that sin against God, I have to, like, not run the train. Friend is back, so I'm leaving to watch more anime. See you later, man. Alright, take care, Taz. Thanks for tuning in for a few minutes. And I will show you Garzy's wing. This is a threat. Wait, what did I just do? I pressed the wrong button and they teleported to the interchange. Even Satan was cringing. Even I can design a better choo-choo. Oh, don't worry, that's the entire point. Where's the 844? I'm sure there's probably some map where you can find the answer to that question. Also, for the court record, I think we're reaching the point where we're going to start wrapping up stream. I will do a few more things. There are 3 things I want to complete before I say, all right, it's time to stop for the day. And I think one of them is already completed. I'm not entirely sure. Hold on, let me check. Where is it? Yeah, one of them's already complete. So what we're going to do then, I'm going to turn around the passenger train, set that up on AI so it's headed back to Silva, and after that, we will get the train running down from Cowie to the interchange. And I think that's literally every job. Oh, no, it's not every job for the day. We have to go from Ela to... We have to do the local. But I think that'll be a good place to wrap up stream. So, well, this is probably like a 20 to 30 minute warning. That's my expectation. Alright, step 1. Unhook that sucker. Step 2, pull these ones forward. I just realized I forgot to draw the domes. Now, TK, it's a streamlined locomotive. The domes have been covered up by the shrouding. I mean in Railroader, not here. I think 844 is kind of like large for the base game. It might be something you see added as like a mod in the future, but for the base game, I think it's a little bit too big. I don't know, how strong is the 844 actually? Random tangent? There's no random tangents in these live streams. The entire live stream is a tangent. Even Norfolk and Western J was at it, I would get the game, no questions asked. Quick, somebody throw that in Railroads Online! Mod that into, what's the one game? Loco Shortline Operations? That'd be a fun game to try out again someday. Off topic, just learned that the SS United States is getting sunk to be reef. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of nifty. Math word problems be like, Mr. Generic went to the generic store to get 5 generic apples. He then put 3 back. How many generic apples did Mr. Generic buy at the generic store? The only thing you're missing from that, Jack, is adding, he then put 3 generic back. You need to add generic to that statement more often. Mr. Generic went generic to the generic store to get 5 generic apples. He then generic put 3 back. How many generic apples did Mr. Generic generically buy at the generic store? Okay, saying it that much just makes the word feel like it's losing all meaning. Did you see Oregon won? Ooh, did the Ducks win? Let's go. I did not know. I don't really follow sport ball too much. Not cool. It's the last surviving major American ocean liner, and it has held the record for the transatlantic crossing since its maiden voyage 70 years ago. Still got 94% hull integrity. The environmental stuff is cool. It's better than a beaver dam. Only reason it's being sunk is because the people preserving it got kicked out of their last port and couldn't find a home, largely because it's too big. Too heckin' chunky. That part is a shame. As somebody who does not understand boats much, that's sad. Preservation important. You ought to do a video where you railfan in Portland Yard. Which one? There's 3. Besides, I'm too much of an introvert. You think I would survive out there? The Japanese are still scrapping steam locomotives, mostly because they have preserved objectively too many of them. Oof. It's kind of funny, though. We preserved too many steam trains. That is our problem. I'm sure many people here in the US would consider that to be the opposite of a problem. Alright, get this engine turned around. Passenger, we want literally everywhere, including Ela, just in case. This China that saved maybe 5. Didn't China, up until recently, actually still have steam locomotives in operation? Yeah, 2015. Oh, did they stop running them in 2015? Damn, that's so recently. Alright. AI Road. Forward at full speed. We're going to have to stop her in Whittier, though, to make sure that she fills up on fuel. So her water tank is getting a little bit low. And now, we haul this freight downhill. It's not like they're going to scrap most of them. Seriously, what would you do with like 1,000 preserved steam locomotives? Pulling this number right out of my rear, I don't really know what the actual one is. I'm going way too fast down this curve. Hold on. There we go. Screenshot as we head into the tunnel, because that's the perfect opportunity for one. Slow her down a little bit as we're starting down the grade. Any ON30 updates? You'll be getting one tomorrow. The Halloween project actually might not be finished in the time frame that I want it to be. I guess that's an update I can give you. One of the elements, one of the 3 projects that I want to work on, I've already finished 2 out of 3 of them. The problem is, I need to ship in a part for the last project, and I've already ordered it, and they haven't shipped it yet. So it might take us a while. We might actually have to delay that video for channel members, unfortunately, which really sucks because I like having videos 1 week in advance for all channel members, but I guess that's your update. A little bit of chaos on my end. Another update, I have also realized that I am very invested in the Halloween train and I really want to build a layout for it, but like, I really need to focus on the Willamette Port Carony first. But next year we have a model railroad plan that we will be absolutely building. They preserved almost 200 D51s alone, 173 of which are still around. That's after 10 to 15 have been scrapped since the 80s. Damn. If only we had that kind of rail culture here in the United States. They've got a few to spare. Yeah, hold on, send some to the US. I want an engine. You got a preserved operational steam locomotive? I'll take it off your hands. One Mikado with fries, please. Man, now you're making me hungry. Guess it's a good thing I'm planning to end the stream soonish. Then I can go get a meal. I can go down to McDonald's and order something. Or go to Burgerville and order something healthier. This is actually a really nice short consist. I mean, it's kind of funny having 5 hoppers and 2 covered hoppers all on one train when it's only 9 cars long, but I don't know, I like this train. It's a good consist. It's a good size. And it's not going to cost us an arm and a leg to run because it's too heavy. That's always a benefit. Oh yeah, before I forget, let's set back that switch at Cowie. Just saw a video of a guy building a 4664 GS4 and HO. Honestly, more power to him. there was that one guy who built, I think they're actually part of our community, a cab forward big boy with an RDC as the cab. I'm back, what's happening? Not too much, Irish guy. We're just sort of wrapping things up here. Getting this train to the interchange. It'll be interesting switching this out of the interchange, because I don't actually think there is a spur. I don't think there's an open track at the interchange yet, so I might have to get another engine to help switch this out. Oh, well, that shouldn't be too hard. Not gonna lie, so kind of surprised the SP didn't make a GS4 like the AC9. I don't actually remember the AC9 off the top of my head. Oh, wait, right, the cab forward. The cab forward big boy? Disgusting, I love it. I know, right? It's so terrible. It's just like TK's thing. It needs to go to hell, and I am going to follow it there. Oh, the AC. Oh, right. I'm mega idiot. The only one that wasn't a cab forward. I'm smart. I know how to things. I know how to stuff. Kind of hope for rod clanking sounds in the future update for Rarity. Some sounds that I would like. I'm not sure I'd like rod clanking, actually. I think it'd be a little bit annoying. I don't think it would be bad. It would be cool. But I kind of like just coasting like this. I think it would be nice if there was actually, like... Imagine if at every joint in the track... Because the way the game does this is that there are nodes in the track, and then it calculates the trajectories between 2 nodes via a connection. Imagine if the nodes, like there'd be a clickety-clack noise whenever you ran over a node. That'd be kind of cool. It would also be cool if there was, like, actual noises for the tenders being filled, like water and coal. That'd be nifty. Are there any tracks open over here? No, there are not. Great. Okay, so how the heck am I going to do this then? I just want boiler noodles. Man, you're making me hungry. You got a full interchange? Yeah, I really like this interchange. It's really nice. I'm really proud of how this mod turned out, you know, making it slightly bigger, giving you some more tracks to work with, and a little caboose spur to make this a terminus. It's perfect for this railroad. Okay, this is going to be very strange. But I think I have a plan. It's an ambitiously stupid plan, but I do have a plan. Oh wait, never mind, never mind. This works, this works. I don't need to worry about anything. Caboose noodles with onions and peppers. I want... Why are you guys influencing my desires for food? My cravings, my hunger? How are you guys influencing this? How about a steak with fries? Ah! My stomach is suffering. Why do you do this to me? Why dost thou torment? The food, Dutch egg. Oh, you want food, Dutch egg pig? Hold on, where's the egg-sicle? There we go. Got it. You all are suffering with me, and you cannot stop it. This is what you get. This is what your hubris deserves! The old how to lose a girlfriend. Ah, yes. The good old how to lose a girlfriend. Alright, to the caboose track with ye. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You're welcome. It's like a little squirt bottle. Every time that chat does something bad, I'm just gonna pull out the egg-sicle. Alright, bonk, 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 bonk. So we'll need to shuttle around, add food on the Discord. I just removed like 4 channels from the Discord server. We can have like a thread, a cursed food thread. That's a thing. Wrong interchange track. And hey, anyone can make a thread. It's easy. It's as easy as 1, 2, 5. Cue up Mona. What can I say except you're welcome? No, you want more cursed foods? Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll have to have cooking with stir, where we try and make recipes like the nachos from a few years back. You know, the ones that were made out of snap peas and marinara sauce. That'd actually make for a really good April Fool's episode. Cooking with stir, making nachos, except it's just not what you would expect, and it tastes really good. Cheesecake cake? Okay, but that actually doesn't look bad. Like, it looks disgusting. I would hate to eat that, but it doesn't look bad, you know? It's not like that baby cake. Which, if you don't know the baby cake, good. Don't. Do not bother learning. Okay, hold on. We got cars down here somewhere that are disjointed and disconnected. Is there any obvious joint? Yeah, here it is. Okay, bonk. 1, 2. Today we shall make a Penn Central sandwich. All the ingredients are from the garbage dump. May I join? I have a crafted recipe. Hey, it's in the description. All the membership stuff is like hidden behind a paywall, basically. You know, there are some hidden channels in there, but like we got a community open to people. Also, bad news, everybody. I lost a bidding war. Ah, well. The game's not over. I've got one more, and if this can't beat the Eggsicle, nothing can. What is that? Oh, that is a sweettooth.jpg. Honestly, the marshmallow ring looks kind of killer. I kind of want that now. That actually, I know, right? That actually looks nice. That actually looks good. I kind of want to have that now. Mac and cheese milkshake. The yellow bits are macaroni noodles. Oh! Oh, that's such a low resolution picture that it's really hard to tell that, though. At least tell me that those are cooked. If they're raw, we're gonna have a problem. But if they're not, easy. Easy win. Alright, is this gonna clear the switch? Is this all... Yeah, that's okay, that's good, that's good. Perfect. Just thought of something you could add to the yard, a drill track so you can switch without being on the main. I'd probably have to update the mod to have a much larger yard, because this is such a small yard that really is designed to be... not to have a dedicated switcher, you know? It's really built to be just... the end of the railroad short line yard. I'm now right there with you on the hunger. I know, right? This is what happens when you let chat post images of food. I'm going to starve to death. How dare you guys? And bonk. That's it, I'm making noodles. After the stream, I am cracking open a box of mac and cheese and I'm scarfing that thing down. I'm not even gonna cook it, I'm just gonna eat it raw. I'm making mac and cheese and nobody can stop me. One piece of equipment I would like to see, even if it doesn't have a function, is a Bucurus Erie crane for cleaning up derailments or track maintenance. Trying to think of what I would like to see as a piece of equipment that I think, like, not an engine, like a... kind of rolling stock I'd want. That's a tough question. Oh, Doodlebug, never mind. A tough question has been answered. Doodlebug, absolutely. Can you imagine having passenger trains that are just like all RDCs? That'd be so slick. Lionel Line's missile car. Yeah, the missile car will actually shoot itself occasionally. It'll just launch, and then like you'll have to go reload it and get a new missile. Doodlebug would be perfect for Alarka. I feel like actually the Alarka branch has a lot of passengers spawn in it. Like it would be perfect for Alarka, but you'd probably have to do like a Doodlebug and a coach to make them work. RDC would be fire in this game. I know, right? RDCs to Alarka would be absolutely banger. Like, you'd have a 3-car RDC train that just runs up and down the line. No need to turn it around. Wait, 8 cars? That was only 8 cars? Oh, right, because I didn't take 5, I only took 4, because one of them's left behind right now. I forgot! Alright, you know what? I'm actually going to need this caboose and this locomotive in a little bit. So, chat, I think this is where I shall bid you all a fond farewell for the week. I shall see some of you tomorrow for ON30 stuff. We are going to be starting the ON30 Halloween series tomorrow. And I will see all of you in a week's time on another Sunday. Thank you all for tuning in. It has been fun as always. Cheers, folks.